All right.
Ready for your clouds, comfort?
Sanbonani Dumalang, hello in all of your beautiful languages. Welcome to the Discover Summit. I'm really excited that you and I are going to be experiencing this together. And to start off the conversation, to tell us about why we are here, we have the CEO of the summit. Her name is Gauteng. How are you today?
I'm very well, and you?
I'm good, thank you. Tell us about the summit. Why are we here today?
We're very excited about the summit. The energy is amazing. It's electrifying. You can see filmmakers all over. We are having the summit because it was born after interaction with the industry, consultation with the industry to say post-COVID, how do we position our filmmakers to thrive in the industry? And this summit literally is a result of that. It is a summit that promises to empower filmmakers with knowledge, to ensure that there is a level of skills transfer, knowledge transfer, to create collaborative opportunities between emerging and more established filmmakers, to also connect filmmakers to broadcasters. So it's really an amazing platform if you're a thriving filmmaker or an aspiring emerging filmmaker, to be here, to hear the conversation as we unpack topical issues. There's a new bill coming up. How does it affect us? How do we need to position all of us together in order to respond to it? So this is literally what the summit is about.
I absolutely love that. And so also I just want to find out from you. I mean, there are a lot of people here. It's going to be a jam-packed day. Tell us about some of the activities that people can expect from the event.
So exciting. Immediately after here, we're going to have the most amazing parade taking place outside. We are parading around Sandton. We're celebrating the history of film over the last 30 years because we've really made huge strides from the last 30 years to where we are. So we're celebrating all of that with characters in the film industry. We're then moving into the strategy of film. How do we start positioning ourselves as a film industry? We're moving into more masterclasses. We have industry experts leading that. We're having an amazing cocktail dinner in the evening. Under the stars, we've got amazing storytellers. We've got Napo Mashiani, we've got Mbuzo Koza. So you can just tell with the type of names that these are amazing storytellers. Stay tuned. Masterclasses, and wrapping it up with what we call the wrap-up experience. We are recognizing filmmakers in Gauteng who have made it throughout the last 20 years and who have gone international, had global access as well, but also the emerging ones who've done amazing things locally.
And I want to touch a little on the 20 years, right? It is 20 years of the GFC. Tell us a bit more about the GFC for people who don't know what the GFC is about and what it stands for.
So the GFC is the Gauteng Film Commission. We are responsible for, as we're a government entity under the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. We are responsible for ensuring that Gauteng becomes a destination of choice for film, locally, internationally, and also nationally. So we become the gateway into Africa. But we're also responsible for the development of filmmakers, for growing the industry of film in the Gauteng province. We're also responsible for being an advocate voice. This means we engage with our stakeholders to ensure that, you know, the industry is a catalyst, you know, that enables filmmakers to tap into the main economy and make sure that we grow the bigger GDP. So this is why, you know, it's important that we have GFC. We also make sure that, among others, that when film is taking place, there are permits that are here and filmmakers don't struggle. So that's the long and short of it.
I love that. I love that. And I mean, again, it's been 20 years. Any highlights throughout the past 20 years?
You know, the amazing thing,
Yeah.
we have funded people in the last 20 years. It's so amazing when you start engaging with the likes of Aquino Motosi. I started in GFC. When you engage with some of the media people that you find now in the forefront of the industry,
Yes.
they started off at the GFC. The amazing equipment that we've given, the funding that we've provided in growing the industry, the connections with broadcasting. So it's literally a lot. We've trained so many people, I think over 1,000 or 5,000 across. We have given equipment, enterprise development equipment over the years. We have sponsored festivals, and now here we are with this amazing film summit where we are engaging with over 1,500 filmmakers all in one room.
Oh, I love that. And just the spirit in this room is absolutely electrifying. But I just want to test your knowledge a bit. So if you could recommend 3 films that people can go out there and support, which ones should they support?
Let me start with the latest one, The Heart of the Hunter. I loved it. I just watched it. Lovely production. Tando the movie, I just love it as well. Literally talks about authentic storytelling. And then there is also Margarine. And all these stories, by the way, most of them have been supported by the GFC in one way or another. So we're very excited about these products.
Oh, I'm so excited to watch some of these films. And obviously, in closing, it is a very important week. We're celebrating mothers. So for all of the mothers that are watching, all of the filmmakers who are mothers, who go out there and want to make a difference in this world, what is your message to them?
For me, as women, you know, they say that we've got an element of the womb. And the womb gives birth, the womb nurtures, the womb grows. As mothers, we must keep embracing that and know that as women, the transformation starts with us. If we are to impact the world, women have always been in the forefront of leading revolutions, making histories, and we must not take it lightly. We must use the power in us that is very inherent in us to make a difference in whatever space you find yourself, be it a community leader, be it a housewife, be it a corporate leader. Use the power within you, because in you is the amazing talent and the gift to change the world around you.
Absolutely love that. CEO Kate Kumitsi, thank you so much for your time. We really are looking forward to everything that we are going to be experiencing in this place. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Guys, I've got to go to the parade. Currently the parade is starting.
Cool. Okay. We are live streaming. So we are still at the summit, and let me tell you, there is so much that you can expect. I mean, the CEO said it herself. We have a summit that is full of activities that's going to be happening, but we also have a parade that's going to be happening outside. So you guys don't want to miss out. I am going to be your eyes and ears on the ground. Like I said, start getting comfortable with me, because it is going to be an absolutely amazing time. And once again, please do interact with us, engage with us. Let us know what you're watching right now. Let us know what you are working on. We really do want to hear from you. All right?
So sorry about that.
Sure. No problem.
Can cut cameras?
Okay, that was rough.
Currently, the next guest is government official from
So we are still... So we are still at the Discover Summit, and listen, I have amazing guests lined up for you, starting with Mr. Modise. He's going to introduce himself and let you know why he is here today. Mr. Modise, welcome.
Thank you, and I appreciate this opportunity.
All right, Mr. Modise, tell us why you are here today.
Look, the Gauteng is part of the growth of the province of Gauteng. As South Africa celebrates the 30 years of democracy, one of the developments that came out of the 30 years of democracy was a Gauteng, the first of its kind in South Africa, and it's integrated into the tourism of the province of Gauteng. And therefore, any big events that happen in the province of Gauteng, it's important that we start to re-emphasize the need for mobility that is very swift, i.e., in this instance, Gauteng, so that people who are coming to this particular summit, coming from Pretoria, they just hop into the system from Hatfield or from Pretoria, and in a blink of an eye, they're in Sandton, and they're being whisked to the Sandton Convention Centre. So we are here purely because we believe strongly in the growth of tourism in the province, but also we support the film industry in its quest to make sure that we continue to tell our stories as a people, but also position film industry as integral to the growth of the province.
I love that. And I mean, you walked into this wonderful place. There are a lot of young people here. What does, in your opinion, what does the future of film and television look like?
Look, when Gauteng came in this country, it was seen as something that, you know, someone could have never associated with a South Africa, with an African country. We were the first of our kind in the province, well, in the country, if not in the continent. And just like the Gauteng coming in to really be more of an interrupter, you know, in the system, film industry on its own is an important contributor to narrating our story, the developments of our country, the experience of ordinary people, and I think purely because it captures the essence, the fabric of a nation, just like Gauteng locates itself as, you know, representing the dreams and visions of the people of Gauteng in their quest to move towards mobility of the future, and Gauteng is part of that, and therefore the film industry, just like Gauteng, represents the future that we're aiming for.
And what are you expecting from this summit today?
Look, the summit, we as Gauteng, we're here primarily because we want to make sure that we help filmmakers and everyone to access the place, but also we believe strongly that the film industry is the growth of the economy of Gauteng, and we locate ourselves as integral to economic growth of Gauteng. We're not just here about mobility as Gauteng, we're here to grow the economy of Gauteng. This particular province has got about 16 million people, right? The population is growing, the land space is not growing. Now, if we allow everyone to drive to wherever they're headed, there'll be congestions on the road. There needs to be something that disrupts all of that, and that's how we come in and make sure that we ease the movement from one point to the other, seamlessly, with safety as the core of our mission, but also with ultimately the convenience central to the work we do.
So if you are thinking of coming to the summit and you're worried about transport, he just confirmed that you do not have to worry. Catch a Gauteng and catch us at the Discover Summit. We're going to be here for the next 2 days. And before I let you go, it is a film summit. What is your favorite local movie?
Look, I like storytelling that talks to the work and the history of the nation. I mean, I watch a whole variety of stories. I mean, I watch stories, but I like documentaries the most because I think South African stories are best told in that particular fashion. The lived experiences of ordinary people in our townships, the ability of young people to break out of a very difficult system that seeks to decide to really pull them into a particular space, but they want to break the myths about the country. But also, I would be failing if I did not mention the fact that tomorrow evening we'll be running a train service that will run through until around 10 p.m. So anyone who's coming through or who will be here, wanting to go back to Pretoria or wanting to go back to Park Station, the service will be running until 10 p.m. tomorrow. We have opened the rail primarily to make sure that as we support the film industry, as we encourage the growth of Gauteng, we encourage the use of mobility of choice, i.e. Gautrain.
Mr. Modise, I see why you are playing the role of a spokesperson for the Gautrain today. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
All right, and you heard it from the man himself. There is no reason why you should be sitting at home. You can come and you can join us here at the Discover Summit. Please again, comment, like, share this with other people who can benefit from it. We're going to be here all throughout the day. This is the Discover Summit. Igama lami Mpumi Khumalo. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we are still at the Discover Summit, and I am sitting with, I think, a woman that is a game changer in the industry of film. Paula Davis. I love the sound of her name as well. Hey,
hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. Lovely to see you.
Lovely to see you as well. So, Paula, for people that don't know at home, the ones that are watching, which organization are you representing today?
I'm with Atlas Studios. We are based right next door to AFDA in Braamfontein. Atlas Studios is a dry hire facility that has been there for 22 years. We cater as a production space for production companies to come through and shoot what we see on television. So Atlas Studios has done quite a number of things. For a few I can mention that we just did recently was the stunning H&M Mugler collaboration that we had. Girl, it was a clothes, girl. Yeah. Yes, and then most of our clients we have is like Showmax, Netflix, and Zanzi Magic. I obviously can't reveal what it is they're shooting.
Yes, but they're shooting some.
But they're busy.
I love that. So a little birdie told me that you guys do First Wednesdays, and I want you to unpack that a little.
First Wednesday Film Club is basically, we screen a film every first Wednesday of every month. We try and provide the platform for people who want to their film screened, and not really. I feel like a lot of spaces in South Africa does not provide space for filmmakers to screen anymore. You know, people don't really come in person to watch a movie anymore. Like cinemas are closing, so that's what we're trying to keep that old school thing where you come, you have popcorn, you network, you chill, you watch a local movie. It's fun, and I think that a lot of people should know about it and come through and join.
All right, so back to the summit. We are at the Discover Summit. What role is your organization playing in the summit today?
I think the GFC, we appreciate the recognition, by the way. Found it well that we come here and we let people know that there are still studios available in Johannesburg for filming. I think a lot of people have diverted to location shoots instead of shooting in studio. But what we also do now at Atlas Studios is we have, what do you call it? Like, we've learned to go with what life has become.
Go with the flow.
Going with the flow. So we also provide, like YFM is having grind at our studios on the 1st of June. So we do eventing now too, space for eventing of course, commercials, corporate as well. So yeah, that's why I think the GFC found it necessary for Atlas Studios to come through and let everyone know that there's space in Braamfontein, right next door to AFDA.
I love that. And what are you hoping to learn also as an attendee from this event today?
I think more important for Atlas Studios is finding your target market and letting them know that you can come through to the events like these and we can find each other here and we can build a relationship and move forward and not end it just from being at the summit. Yeah.
So if you want to network, she's letting you know that you guys can pull through and find your people. So before I let you go, I want to know from you, what is your favorite local film? So I'll give you 3 options.
Okay.
I have Happiness is a 4-letter word,
Okay.
Losing, Lerato, and Kalushi. So between the 3.
Happiness is a 4-letter word.
Of course.
I'm a softie.
A sucker for love.
Of course.
A good love story.
I have to watch a good love story.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you for
Thank
having
you for your
me.
time. And enjoy the summit.
Thank you so much. It's vibey already, so
It is.
I look forward to the rest of the day.
It's definitely vibey, and I'm really excited to hear what you guys have to say about Atlas Studios. I want to know if you guys are going to be attending First Wednesdays. I think that's really important, but what's more important is for you guys to come on over here at the Discover Summit and have a good time with us. Thank you so much, Mama.
Thank you so much. You look
Discover Summit is where we are at, and let me tell you, the atmosphere in this place is absolutely electrifying. Remember, our hashtag is Discover Summit. All right, so with me I have a lady from Urban Brew Studios. You may have heard of Urban Brew Studios. They keep us entertained all the time. So we're gonna hear from her what it's all about and why she is here. Hi,
How are you? I'm good.
Good, thank you. All right, girl, get comfortable. Get comfortable with
It
me.
may be comfortable.
All right, let's go. So, Slee, you are from Urban Brew Studios.
Yes.
Tell me, why was it important for a studio like that to support this event today?
I think one thing I can say it was important for us to come and support this is we've been in the industry for 30 years. We're currently celebrating 30 years within the film and production industry. So with so many changes within the industry, why wouldn't Urban Brew be here today with 30 years of experience within the film and production industry? So, but most importantly, we're also here just to see what new and upcoming filmmakers are currently doing and how we can support that in the future.
Got you. And I mean, a lot of filmmakers are watching from home. They're streaming currently. And some want to find out, how can I get into the books of Urban Brew Studios? Do you care to elaborate a bit about that process?
Definitely. If you're sending a proposal and you have an idea, please send it to our head of creative, which would be Adelaide. But again, visit our website to get these contact details because it's so busy today. But come to our stall as well. But I think that one of the most promising ones for me would have to be just come through to our studios. It's a very welcoming environment. Come through, ask the questions. Our people are already there, ready to serve you and answer any questions that you have. So I think that's the biggest one. I'd say that to make it easier for you, just come to our studios. We're in Randburg.
Got you. And I mean, you touched on the fact that Urban Brew Studios has been around for quite a very long time. What are some of the highlights that you guys have had as a production company, as an organization rather?
I think it's working with co-producing some productions with Netflix. I think for me, since I've been there, I think for me it would be seeing shows like Kumbulekaya coming back again, because we grew up on those shows. So seeing it is like, okay, this is still relevant to today. So I think for me, that would be something I would say that it's important for me. I'm not sure with other people, but for me as Lee, I think definitely seeing some of our productions coming back again, seeing new things, and of course we just recently did Forever Tina. I hope people watched it. But yeah, I think it's one of those things.
Got you. And I mean, there are a lot of young people that are coming into the space today. Why is it important for young people to be creative and to just express themselves when it comes to film and television?
I think most importantly is to keep people entertained. Without entertainment, we would be a boring country. So I think if you love a film itself, it's all about entertaining the end consumer, which would be me watching TV at home. So I think that would be the most important thing, to entertain people and to have your name there to say, hey, I entertain these people and this was my show.
Got you. And as an attendee, what are you most excited about for today?
I'm looking forward to seeing upcoming filmmakers come to us and say, hey, how can I use your facilities?
Plug me in.
How can I get into Urban Brew? Because we've been
Oh wow, Slee, thank you so much. You guys heard it. District 9 is the movie that you need to check out. And if you have checked it out before, please let me know in the comments. Why did you like the movie? Did you like it? You didn't like it? Tell me what your thoughts are when it comes to film and the industry at large. Remember, we are at the Discover Summit. I am so excited to be doing this with you all day today. Thank you, my love.
I tried really.
No, you did well, girl. Now, one thing that you will know about the Discover Summit is that we have fashionistas all around, and I'm sitting right next to one. Hi, lady, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, Pumi? I mean, I'm loving everything about this.
Girl, thank you.
Everything.
I love the hair. It's giving creativity.
It's giving something.
It's giving something. All right, so Kanya, tell me why you are here today.
So I'm here today to network. I'm here today to connect with people. I'm a big fan of collaborations. And I think that when it comes to the creative space, we need to collaborate because any work is different people coming in and plugging into it. So I'm here representing also my NPC called Ikasi Creative. I'm one of the directors there. And we do a lot of work with film and TV training in the rural spaces, upskilling, young people in those rural areas to be able to tell their stories. And we know everything's gone digital, and we know the price tag usually around what it takes to give the kind of work that we have in this space. So saying let's use what we have, like our cell phones, teaching editing and all of that, and allowing people in those rural areas to stay there and give us a different taste of content.
Ooh, I love that.
Yeah.
I love how you also just touched on using what you have. And this is a summit. And the most important thing that we're going to be doing here is just learning a lot. So from your experience with your organizations, what are some of the tips that you can give to content creators that are out there, aspiring filmmakers that are out there, that want to make their mark in their industry, but they don't necessarily have a lot to work with?
Yeah, I think a lot of times we tend to want to go to established places, right? It seems easier, but I think there's so much opportunities in unestablished places, like the rural spaces. So if you are in those spaces, yes, get the education, but always go back home, because that's where you can authentically see the areas of need. That's when also you can give voice to your space. We know the general issue about Africa and how a lot of the African stories has been told from the Eurocentric perspective or the Western perspective.
Yeah.
We are now saying, where you are, start with what you have. We have phones, and I always say phones are great. This is going to make me sound old, but instead of sitting on social media, scrolling other people's lives, create the content. Do you know what I mean? Whatever it is. And the more you do it, the more you get to become better. I was actually speaking to somebody earlier on, and I said, this is such an action-driven space.
Yes.
So it's not about, the book. You have to do it. You're going to get the right shot only purely by doing it 10 times until one day you're like, yes! That's the shot. That's the shot. You're going to stutter. You're going to forget your words. You're not going to know how to engage with the camera because you're shy. But the more you do it, then eventually, that's where you get your confidence. That's where it comes right for you.
Oh man, I love that. And I mean, of course, we are at the Discover Summit. Yes. What are some of the things that you're really looking forward to for today?
Look, I'm looking forward to hearing about, as I said, collaboration for me is a biggie. Collaboration for me is a biggie, but also, I'm from the corporate space in my previous life.
All right.
So I'm very much aware to understand that we need resources. How are we getting the resources? How are we also making sure that the creative space is no longer just a hobby space where we're creating businesses, So how are we getting the money? And how we're making sure that that money is going to give return on investment, and then we keep on feeding back into it, and it becomes an industry. I think we've got so much talent, we've got so much variation. I mean, the fact that there's languages, so there's so much already, but we need to formalize, we need to make sure it's a business. People need to understand, because creators,
man. Come on, creators. Got you. And I mean, because we are at a film summit, I want to know from you, what are your favorite local films?
Oh, I guess also at this moment, maybe take the opportunity to just pay our respects to Paul Sidibeng, who just passed. I recently just watched Ingoma, the song.
Oh man.
And that has been, so encouraging, because also the creative space forces you to just not be one thing. So while you're pursuing your acting, you need to also pursue behind the camera, you pursue other spaces within the space. And I think for me, he was absolutely a phenomenal person. So that right now, when it comes to local content, that was the last movie I saw. And that for me, I guess, given where we are in this moment, that's where I am right now.
Oh man, sending our prayers out to everyone that has been affected by Mpho's passing. He was an amazing actor, you know. Loved him so much. Yeah.
And dance, and that's
and
you know what I mean?
presenter.
You
He
know,
was on
absolutely
crazy.
phenomenal, yeah.
Oh man, RIP to such a great talent. And I really do hope that, you know, his life inspires other creators as well to come into the industry and do your thing, guys. Please let us know what you think about the summit so far, what you think about this conversation with this amazing lady. I really want to hear from you guys. Remember, the hashtag is hashtag the summit, hashtag GFC, hashtag it all out. All right.
Love it.
Thank you
Love
so
it.
much.
Thank you so much, Mpumi. Again, looking absolutely gorgeous.
Thank
Love it.
you.
Thank you.
Ah. Discover Summit is happening right now at the Sandton Convention Centre. And listen, if you registered for the summit, I suggest that you come in so that you can experience all the wonderful things that are happening in this place. Now, let me tell you what we're going to be doing for today. As far as I know, we have a parade that is currently taking place. We're also going to have informative conversations that are going to be happening inside this venue. We also are going to have later on a gala dinner, and I'll let you know how that goes because you will be following me around. And I think that that's the one thing that I appreciate about the summit. It's taking into consideration that perhaps some of you are unable to make it today, but you are online, you do have data, you do have Wi-Fi, so you can connect with us from anywhere in the world. And if you think that anyone can benefit from the summit and everything that is going to be happening today, please do let them know to tune into this live stream. Let them know that this is what's happening. I think that our voices, especially as young people, to all of the young people there, our voices are very important. And so I want you to comment in the section. Let me know how you feel. Let me know what you think we could be doing better in the film and television industry. Let me know what your thoughts are about the industry. Talk about opening up the industry, the importance of that. I want to hear all of your thoughts. And I mean, of course, I am going to be the eyes and ears on the ground for you. So I will make sure that you are updated with everything that's going to be happening here. Already we have had such a great lineup of speakers. I mean, I am talking about the CEO of the GFC. She was on our hot seat, right? And she was letting us know why the summit is happening and the importance of it and how the GFC is supporting the summit as well. And then we went on over and we had a representative representative from the Gauteng, he let you guys know that if you have registered for the summit, you can make sure that you go and catch your Gauteng and come all the way here. All right, so that you don't miss out on any of these festivities. Another person that we had here was someone from Atlas Studios. And if you are in Braamfontein, if you're looking for space, if you want to connect with other filmmakers, with creatives in this industry, every single Wednesday, the Atlas Studios hosts an event that you guys can go to, and you can network with other creatives in the industry. And then, of course, we just had Kanya, who spoke about the importance of keeping up with the times. Times are evolving. And she spoke about the importance of using what you have. So perhaps you are a filmmaker out there and you don't necessarily have the money to go to school, but you do have a phone in your hand. Use what you have and just make it work. If you have a story to tell, then tell that story. If you have a book to write, write that book. If you are a musician, perhaps you want to write the score one day of a local film, then start doing it. Use what you have. This is the Discover Summit. I am super excited about all of the other guests that are still going to be here with me today, sharing their insights and obviously everything that is going to be happening in this place. I'm so excited to be experiencing the summit with you. It's my first. So I'm looking forward to everything that's going to be happening here. Cool. Thank you. A big hello to everyone that has just joined the Discover Summit. I'm going to be taking you through the day and everything that's going to be happening. And I have a guest with me here today who's going to tell us why she's here and what brings you here. Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Please tell the audience at home who are you and why you're here today.
Okay, my name is Sirofelo Jele, and I'm from an organization called Equal Citizens of Short Stature.
Tell us, what is that about?
It's about people who are of short stature, probably because of certain disabilities, people of dwarfism. So the reason I'm here is also to check out the film scene in terms of how they portray people with disabilities, and mostly people who've been diagnosed with dwarfism or are of short stature, which I find it's seen in a different light, which is not a good sort of light. It's either when it's a reality show, it's a joke type of thing,
yes,
or in terms of other films, it's more of mystical pictures or any other thing that is portrayed in a negative way. So in terms of how the film industry accommodates people of disability. So, but more the organization is about advocacy and teaching people about short-statured people and people who have dwarfism, which is many different types of dwarfism that are there. So that's how I would see. But basically for this summit, it's basically because it's on film and the media, I wanted to explore how they are portrayed or what views they have in terms of this.
Sure. You know, representation, I believe, is very important. Representation matters. And how would you want to be represented by the film industry? What do you want to see more of when it comes to, you know, people with disabilities?
And mostly, let's start at colleges or schools, film schools, film colleges, education system, where people of disability or of short stature can have a chance of accessibility to those schools, in terms of they can also have a qualification if that's what's required for them to be in the industry, and have the same amount of pay, have not to be in circuses and things like that, or be portrayed in a certain way. So if it's access, starting from education to anything that would require them to have an equal platform as any other person. Like, it does not have to focus solely on the disability of the person. It must focus on them treating art as a craft. So if you have a craft as an artist, go to school for it, go to drama school, go to classes for it. And when you get to, can we say, a job market or an interview or an audition, then be interviewed in the same light. Then it is your talent that comes through and not your disability. So I'm just saying, obviously, there will be characters catered for that role.
Yes.
Like, for now, people of disability do take on the role. But then when you get to university, it's another playing field, because now you can love the craft, but when you get to varsity, there's no access. And that's why you find people who are fully able get the roles of people with disabilities. And we're not wanting to go for roles that actually look at your disability. We want roles that we play in our own families. A role that's, you are normal, you wash the dishes, you do everything at home. Just a role
You
of
have
being
a love life.
A love life, just being part of a family. And that does not require a reality show. As much as we give him props to reality show to say, this is the everyday life. But we also need a fantasy at some sort. But a fantasy that's intangible and focused on real life.
Such a beautiful answer on why representation is important and why it matters. Now, obviously, we are at the Discover Summit. Tell me, what are some of the things that you are looking forward to seeing from the summit?
The summit, I think more of the improvement in the film industry, whether it's through AI or through the new eyes after the corona epidemic, because that's what we're wanting to see, a world where things are tangible in reality, but also pave the way for the future, whether in a digital world or in the reality world. Because like anything else, people have seen that they can do most things remotely, but also the human interaction is also needed. So have we grown from the days where reality is the only thing we can portray?
Yes.
But what our minds wanting to explore in terms of the new AI and the field, and how are we going to balance it out? Are we going to, are we falling back, or are we falling forward, or are we balancing
I
it
hear
forward?
you.
Yeah.
I hear you. And I think that this topic of AI and how it affects the industry is something that's very important. And so what I want you to do at home, let me know what you think of AI. Do you think that AI is going to replace some of our jobs? Do you think that it's going to replace creativity? What are your takes on this subject? Because it's really important and we can't ignore it forever, right? Let me know what you think in the comments. But before I let you go, I want to find out from you, girl, because it is a film summit. I want to find out, what is your favorite local movie?
Local movie. Yes. Let me see if I remember the last one. So I'm gonna. Yeah.
Do you want me to give you options?
Give me options, because
Let me give you options. So I'll give you 3 options. We have happiness is a 4-letter word. We have Kalushi. We have District 9. That's an oldie but a goodie.
Yeah.
And then we have, what else? Yeah, let's keep it there. Which one out of those ones would be your favorite one?
because they are mostly, not to say all films, but I think Love is a Four-Letter Word. Yeah, because it's more of a girly type of feeling.
Yes.
We're in our feelings, and it represents sisterhood in a type of way that it's mostly love and no competition, being sisters and all that. So it's all love, Jay, as it says.
It's all love, and I really do hope that you have a good time here today, that all of the issues that you have highlighted, I hope that they are addressed, because amongst the fun that we're going to be having in this place, it's very important that we also touch on the important matters like representation. So thank you so much for your time.
No, thank you for your time and the opportunity. Thank you.
No problem. So guys, please do once again let us know what you think about these conversations. Hashtag Discover Summit. You are going to be discovering a lot of great organizations, a lot of great people like yourself who are doing amazing things in this industry. So stay tuned.
Okay, we good.
So we are at the Discover Summit, and you and I did a little dance, right?
Yeah.
This trending dance on TikTok. Can you? Hey. I really don't know how to do that dance.
I'm loving that as well, man. It's a dope challenge.
I
But unfortunately,
absolutely love it.
in about Dubai.
Exactly. So I am with Nkululeko. You guys have probably heard him on your airwaves. He's all the way from Alex FM. How are you doing today? Ngiyaphila. Alex, why are you here today as Alex FM?
All right, we came here because we got an invite from GFC, see Alex FM, and nonetheless, we're a community radio station. So what we do, we offer about whatever that is happening in and around the world. And Ukumbule Alexander is just here across the bridge, you know. So if it's a meeting in the Sandton Convention Centre, we're like, no, why not? At some base will cover and then do a live broadcast. As you can check right now, it's the real deal. That is presented by Olivia Mapeka. It's live right now. So if you tune into Alex FM, we are coming live from the summit. So we had to just give people what they need to hear.
I'm telling you right now, it is a vibe in this place today. And if you're still contemplating on why you should be here, Alex, why you should be here. But Alex, I want to find out from you, what are you expecting from the Summit Yanamkhanj?
This exhibition is actually coming up with so much, you know. We are here to learn, we are here to network, and we are here to take information as much as we can. Remember, Sibuyaika, Sinasaban Township, man, Alexander, Tembisa, Fosh Lawrence, and other cases, so you count them. Mundola is here to learn, you understand? So this is actually bringing too much contribution to Abantu Basikasi, because each and every information that we take here, we don't bottle it up, but we're just taking it and giving it back to the community. So with the GFC giving us this summit, we are also going to teach and also inform Abantu Basikasi how we engaged with Abantu GFC, how we actually had to work with Abantu who were here, so that we can give back to the community as well the information that we gather here.
Got you. And the GFC has been around for a very, very long time, right, Nkululeko? I want you to let me know what you think the importance of an organization like that is.
I think GFC because it plays a very big role, you know. Like I said, it doesn't only concentrate on big brands that we see on TV. It doesn't only concentrate on our companies that already have the funding, but they want to start up to say, hey, are you a filmmaker? Come and learn. Come and get this information from our experts that are here today. You understand? Like you're saying, it's been around for quite some time, but so the fact that we, as the Alex FM, were able to do a community announcement, we're able to run an advert with the GFC. It really means a lot because they had that from on radio, they had that from social media, you know. So as well under GFC, I think they've got so much to take with them as well.
And of course, I mean, you are on radio, so I want you to let the people at home know why they should come to the Summit. So why should people be here?
Awesome stuff. The big reason why I think people should be here, I think they need to come and learn for themselves. Then people start information, a series of Rebabantu doesn't really mean anything. You understand? And the fact that e-summit is only open for Abantu Basikasi and it's for free. So this is an opportunity for Abantu to come and learn. Like I said earlier, which are aspects that teach us about these things, Abantu who know more about these things. So if people come through and also learn for themselves, it's much easier than to hear from someone else. Information sometimes is miscommunicated when it comes from someone else. But if you are there, you gather this information on your own. You know which steps to take from here. If you need to learn about the funding, if you need to learn about the filming, and also other things that are brought from GFC. If we you are able to take those steps and work for yourself.
And I understand also why you are in radio. But before I let you go, I want to find out from you, what is your favorite local film?
My favorite local film, you caught me off guard, but it has to be an old one.
Yes.
I think I'll go with Jerusalem.
Why Jerusalem?
Jerusalem has brought us the Western Akon. You know, it portrays Abantu Basikasi, from your taxi driver, from Ekolweni, to how Abantu Basikasi move from Ekolweni to Ubukebeng to actually being someone better and all that. You understand? So, from there they move to crime, from crime they move to I'm a businessman. You understand? So, it gives us a lot of information about how we, Abodaki, are raised. You understand? So, giving an idea to say, there are things that you'd like to change when you watch Jerusalem. When it's okay, I can be at school, but I don't want to be in prison. You understand? I can be at school, I'm a businessman. I can be at school, that is doing great. You understand? So Jerusalem is actually one of my favorite local movies.
It's also one of my favorite local movies, and if you guys have not seen it, I implore you, I ask you, Ubusi, hamba and go see where it is so that you can watch it and let us know what you think. If you have seen it before, comment below on this section and let us know what you think of the film and what are some of your highlights of the film. Thank you so much for isikhathi sakho.
I really appreciate this.
So we are still at the Discover Summit, and guess who I bumped into? You may have seen him on Big Brother Mzansi. I am talking about Lawrence. Hello, Lawrence.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Very chill.
What brings you here today?
It's a great initiative. I was hiding. And then you guys called me out. I'm always going to show up to support the arts, you know, in whatever shape, way, or form, whether it's to buy a ticket, whether it's to serve on the panel. One of my mics.
Cool. Alrighty. Okay.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Lawrence, you came out of hiding.
Yes.
What brings you to the summit today?
I'm always going to show up to support, you know, here to support all the initiatives that have to do with the arts, contributing to the arts, be it watching a local film, buying a ticket, showing up to initiatives such as this, serving as platform, whatever I can do to give back to this industry that's given me so much.
Sure.
Yeah.
And what has the industry given you? What are
No,
some of the
no, famous
valuable?
blind.
All right, okay.
Famous blind, like
Check.
worldwide. No, man, I mean, this industry's given me so much. I mean, very few people get to, the cliches are true, like, I'm living my dream.
Yeah.
You know, I wanted to get into the entertainment industry. I wanted to be a prominent figure in the entertainment industry and to give off the talents that have been bestowed upon me. And I get to do that, and I get to live my truth and my dream. So I'm very, very happy.
I love that. And I mean, you do a number of things. We see on Big Brother, we've seen you on The River, and all of these wonderful productions. If
Yeah.
you could pick one.
Oh, no.
Presenting, acting,
I
like
couldn't.
what?
I couldn't. These are two disciplines that I have taken a great deal of time to try and perfect. You know, prior to me being in front of the camera, I worked behind the scenes. So I was interning a lot. That's why a lot of the people that I see here, I'm just like, I used to be.
Were you a PA?
I was a PA.
Ah.
I was a PA. I was a
Yeah.
production assistant. I was a production coordinator.
Yeah.
I was a makeup artist. I was a director. I was a runner.
You were everything.
I did everything I could
Yeah.
because I wanted to learn what happens behind the scenes. So when I'm sitting in front, I can tell you the lighting is off. I can check for the ISO on the camera. So, yeah.
Sure, I love that. And there are a lot of young people that are coming into this space. Why is it important for young people to attend summits like this?
I think it's important because then you get the information and the tools that are needed. You know what I mean? I mean, you see it in music. We've got bedroom CEOs
Yes.
who start up their own, you know, sound equipment and
A
and
back
it's-
room.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
the same thing with with film and television.
Yeah.
You know? I was looking at a movie that was shot on an iPhone not so long ago, you know. So once you know all the tools and you know how to do these things, you're a one-man machine. You know, I know how to put together an entire production by myself. I know how to shoot, edit, direct, all of those things. And these are invaluable skills that much later in your career will come in handy. You know? So when you attend summits like this, you get to interact with some of your favorite people that you do see on screen. You get to interact with some of the people that are behind the scenes. And you also get to find out that there's more to television than being in front of it.
Yes. All right, got you. And I mean, it is 20 years of the GFC.
Yeah.
And we've had quite a lot of films, local films, with the help of the GFC. So
Sure.
what is your favorite local film?
Oh, man. I'll go as far back as like, I remember the first time I saw Sarafina.
Oh,
First time I saw Jerusalem. I was just like, yes,
Yeah.
we're on the right track,
Yeah.
you know. And now with the advent of platforms like Netflix, you see a lot of local films. Showmax is also doing some really great stuff with local
Absolutely.
films. Mzansi Magic, Mzansi Witch, they're also doing some great stuff with local films. SABC is just into the conversation of documentaries.
Yeah.
So the industry is rapidly growing. And what's beautiful about it is we're no longer looking at these big institutions anymore, you know, in terms of production houses. There's a lot of people who are just starting it up, and story is king.
Yeah.
You know, if you've got a great story, that's all you need,
Sure.
mainly. Yeah, like get a great story, and then everything else will fall into place.
I mean, that covers my last question, because
Yeah.
I did want to ask, what advice you have for the people that are live streaming?
Okay. What advice do I have? I work hard. Cliche but true. I pride myself in knowing that I'll outwork you. You know, anybody that's ever worked with me, they'll tell you I'm a workhorse. Perfect the craft. Like, don't worry about all the flashy stuff. I always say that if the product is good,
Yes.
it doesn't matter what the packaging looks like. You know, people will gravitate towards the product. So if you're a talent, hone your talent. If you are a singer, practice that. If you're a writer, write.
Yeah.
Do all of those things. Send in the emails. Bombard people. You know, spend as much time on your craft as possible, so that when the opportunity arises, you're not caught with your pants down.
Well, thank you so much, Lawrence, for your time.
Thank you.
And I hope that you enjoy the summit. And to you who is at home, let us know what you think of this conversation. Are you following Lawrence's work? What do you think about what he is doing in this industry? Let us know your thoughts. We want to hear from you.
mongameli bakhala ngami manje nezinto sezisona ngathi bebangakholwa ngabanye utshwala bami kithi bangasedlala la yabo ayitshwala ba jiki bangidlale nomthwalo wami wetshwala bami mongameli uyisdakwa phela ngizoba ngenamaqala amakhisi namakhosi afana vele sikhole kulolo daba shibiram she ivele kubumba siphuzi njengapheli sobatelela umongameli yo ole bala makwethu bale yami bankinga umthwalo wami bayithethe ngala wethala ngala ngami bakhala ngami bakhala ngami wethala ngami ole bala makwethu bale yami bankinga umthwalo wami bayithethe ngala wethala ngala ngami bakhala ngami
LinkedIn right now. I'll probably need it later. Check it. I'll download it on Saturday.
Yes.
How are you?
Good.
You're looking after his daughter, no?
Yes.
It's my daughter.
It's your daughter. It's your dad. Really?
Okay. She's getting older than I. Growing and growing.
Are you getting a notification? I didn't even see a
Nothing.
not. Honey.
Am I popping up?
You there? It's saying waiting.
There we go. It's gonna. Okay.
Airdrop failed. Which one is this one that's failing now?
No. Huh? Let's try with the videos first.
Well, let me. I can't hear anything to say. Or for cream, like
Waiting.
Can you do the pictures on video?
Okay. Cool. Oh, the sound.
Because the video is the one that at the top.
Okay, cool. Let's try the videos. Sounds like an ANC rally.
I don't think it's not sure if it should be on that table or what's that, with sound or what? Yeah, there. You almost took it. And it's not in control. Oh, thanks. I could even eat a cat right now. It failed again.
Girl.
Yes, you go.
WhatsApp.
Just the videos.
Send them on WhatsApp.
Oh, yeah.
And then at least they'll be able to.
Or iMessage.
iMessage.
For quite a few. Where's Bridget? Probably with them or something. Huh? Yeah, thank you. At this point, I need to clear twice.
Yo. It's upsetting.
In our unique perspective, this Discover Film Summit will not only be the initiative to provide funding, training and mentorship to creative professionals, but as the CEO of the Gauteng Film Commission, this comes with the full weight, power, authority of my office, and this is only the beginning. We are not done. We are going to empower the industry. We are going to work together with our provincial government to make sure that the creative industry thrives. With that said, I would like to welcome each and every one of you who is here. We have today done a great thing. We have showcased what the film industry and what the creative industry has got to show. The parade in Sandton, as my colleague indicated, we brought, as the arts industry, the most expensive square mile of Africa to a standstill. But it was celebrating and saying, as the arts industry, we deserve to be recognized. We deserve to get the funding channeled to the arts. We deserve to have all our productions globally. And we deserve to be empowered as artists. This is what this expression is about. It is also saying, as filmmakers, we want a safe productions. We want to know that we are safe. Let me also take this time to acknowledge all our sponsors from the Gautrain, who have been amazing in ensuring that there is transportation to this location. Let me also acknowledge the FPNM SETA, MICT SETA, CAT SETA. Creative said, bring all these seaters in one room, and we have done it just for you. I'll also like to acknowledge all the broadcast companies that have come all the way to be part of this summit, because a lot of you have come to me to say, listen, we don't have access. So today, they are here. So you must take this opportunity to speak to them. We have brought for you industry leaders who must tell you how did they make it. We must move from emerging to more sustainable film businesses. And this is what we are here about. We need to build our sectors. And because we have also government officials here, they will see that in this industry, it is important for us to channel funding. Because this industry is quite important and contributes over 1 billion to the economy. The potential sits at over 3 billion. And we know that this industry supports other industries like hospitality, transport, beauty. So we deserve to be recognized. And our industry must move from just a subsector to a sector. And this is the very start. Thank you, each and every one of you, for being here, and enjoy the summit.
Thank you so much, Gauteng. We really appreciate that. We've got incredible people here in government represented, and we also have industry leaders, as Gauteng did actually allude to. And they are here not just to see what's going on, but to also give their message of support. And I want to make sure that we get through everybody. So just a quick message to all of our speakers, if we could please keep it tight and brief, because I know everyone here wants to get into the panels that they came here for. So please give a warm round of applause to Industry Association Representative, CCFI SA Chair, Thobela Dlamini. Please come to the stage.
Thank you, Program Director. Sanbonan. Hi, Sanbonan. Pagama, Sifsa, Pagama. Pagama, Sifsa, Pagama. Pagama, TFC, Pagama. Today, it's a very special day that we as Sifsa Gauteng are so proud to be part of this particular program. As they've introduced me, I'm Thobela Dlamini, the chairperson of Sifsa and Gauteng. Sifsa being the Cultural and Creative Industry Federation of South Africa. We as a federation, we want to say thank you to GFSC for this particular program. When we walked in the morning during a parade, and when I saw most of the creatives that we work with, who are our members, I said to myself, this is the day that the Lord has made, so that the creatives can enjoy their creativeness. But be that as it may, we want to make it clear to government out there. When you see all these numbers, it must tell you that you must channel a lot of funding to these particular numbers. These creatives are working so hard to make a living, but the lack of support, financial and otherwise, is making it difficult for them to thrive. As Sifsa, we want to advocate for more funding to the creatives. As Sifsa, we want to advocate for the laws of this country to give us space and chance to execute our work. We want the playing field to be level now going forward. Gone are the days when the white companies are getting more money from our government compared to black companies. Gone are those days. Sikatele onqwankulu who take money and give money to those who already have money. You cannot take money and give to those who have money every time. To the private sector, I want to say to them today as Sifsa Gauteng, this is the time where you put more money into the sector. Because when you do your adverts, you use these very same creatives to make sure that people know about your products. But when these creatives are coming to you, looking for funding, looking for support, the corporate companies of white monopoly capitalists, they don't want to support the creatives. We want the white companies to come here and tell us as creatives, for how long are we going to suffer and be used as faces of products? You see Vaseline, you see us. You see every advert that you see, there's a creative in the front and at the back. But when the same creatives are looking for financial support, we don't get it. Hence we are saying to government, can we have a level of playing field to be clear, so that the same thing that the CEO has just said, us being called emerging market, must come to an end. We are no longer going to have emerging artists emerging. For how long are you going to emerge? For 30 years. You are going to emerge for 30 years. Time is now for us to be established creatives, have established companies. The time is now. And as Sifsa Gauteng, we are saying to our own government, what is happening in KZN must happen in Gauteng. What is happening in Western Cape? I would have spoken. We can see what's happening in the Western Cape. But whatever is happening in the Western Cape must happen in Gauteng. Gauteng is the center of the economy of this country. And us as creatives, let's take our stand. Let's take our part and make sure that we as creatives, we own the space. We claim this space in practice, not in cheap talk. Thank you very much, Program Director Siyabulel. Amandla! Amandla! Pagama, Sifsa, Pagama! Pagama, Sifsa, Pagama! Pagama, Chelsea, Pagama! Siyabulel.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We have another message of support coming from the acting chair of the Portfolio Committee. Please put your hands together for Bones Mudise.
Sanbonan. 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 Tumelang. Thobela. Abshin. Ay ngala na bakwatile la. Nkwatile ne? Nkwatile ne? Sanbonan. Sanbonan. Tumelang. Non khona. Yang chopa di ding yong. Lana Sanbonani. Sanbonani. Uy. Awuthingise ngala. Ekuse sanbona ra. Awuzweke. Efere kunjani ra. Uy. Ngicela ukubuza man, how many of you are here as film producers? Just raise your hand. As film producers, whether documentary, short story, okay, and directors, program director. You know, if this was a film set, the producers will have fired us. The call time was 7 o'clock, right? Call time was 7 a.m., right? What time is it now? Imagine the production time, the production money. Chairperson, I would have been fired. My message is going to be very short. The program director has indicated that this cat has said, I don't want to read. The chairperson, Tate Thulani Ndlovu, has given me a speech. It's a 6-7 minute speech. I'm going to speak for 1 minute. Very simple, very straightforward. The chair is saying the government needs to put money into the industry. The CEO says the time has come that you stop being imaging to be sustainable. Only one thing that will help you to do that. Hlanganani. Nibente one. You see, this thing of coming in drips and drops, asking money from government, is not going to be sustainable. But if you come together and speak in one voice, like you are here today, it's easy. Now, when we leave here, because we are going to be with you until the end of summit, the chair is coming with other members, Member Letsoalo and Member Chabalala. They're in the petitions committee. Once they are done, they are coming here. If you live here as a one single unit and you speak with one voice, on behalf of the portfolio committee, we will fight your battles. But if you come in drips and drops, you make it difficult for us to fight government on your behalf. So please, when you leave here, hlanganani, nibente wani, nikhulume voice wani, and tell the government, this is what we want. Because the mistake you make, you allow us as politicians to take decisions on your behalf. You must be part of us, you must tell us, so that our decisions are informed by your needs. What are your needs? What is it that you need? As a creative industry, that's all you want. Mfuni nyuku, umnotho, aslanganeni sikhulume ngevoice one, sikhona ukusho ukuthi we need X amount of millions for our productions to find space. Ngisondele program director, mawungekho phambi kwami ngiyokhuluma kuze kube kusasa. Ngisondele. So ngiyanicela asihlanganeni sikhulume ngevoice one, sitshela ugovernment ukuthi what is it that as industry, as a creative industry, we need 1, 2, 3 from you, and then Tina as portfolio committee will fight your battle. Loza program director. Ungangiyeki ngoba hey ngiyakhona ukukhuluma. So ngiyabonga kakhulu, asibayeni siyosipana sibuye sibone ukuthi senze njani. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Bones. Okay, so the speeches are done, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get into our first session, where we're going to be given an opportunity to get some insights from somebody who is well positioned to just give us some more knowledge. So I want to please welcome back onto stage the Gauteng Film Commission CEO, Gauteng, if you could return to stage. And this time she's coming back with chartered marketer and board member of the Marketing Association of South Africa, Mr. Sichaba Mutseilua. So Sichaba and Gauteng, if you could please take to the stage and grace us with this next discussion. Thank you so much. Guys, a round of applause at least. Thank you so much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, at this particular juncture, I'm to give you context on the GFC and where we're at. Now, I'm going to try keep it very brief so that we can be able to move smoothly. And the reason I'm giving you context is for you to understand the next session. So, colleagues, you would know that we have been on the media platforms and we've been communicating that as the GFC, we are taking a different strategic positioning. You would note that the GFC is currently a non-profit company, and we are now repositioning with the support of the MEC, with the support of our provincial government. We are repositioning to be a fully owned, state-owned entity. Why is it important? It's important because if we're a recognized SOE, we stand a better chance, an opportunity to increase the funding for the film industry and as arts and culture as a whole. So over the last few months, from December to now, we have walked a journey with our provincial Department of Treasury, as well as the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture provincially. We had been requested to submit a business case on behalf of the industry, and among others, clarify the rationale for the agencyfication. Now, as a Film Commission, we believe it's important that we reposition to ensure there is a more integrated and coordinated intervention effort for the film industry. We also believe that this helps us in improving efficiencies, in advocating on behalf of the industry, in attracting productions. We had looked into three-pronged approach. A, we submitted a bill that, among others, moves to starting of our budget roughly just over 300 million as a start. We have then moved to make a very compelling business case. The business case looks into support in production, in the technologies, also in moving for a very strong infrastructure for the GFC. We are looking into taking a two-pronged approach, ensuring that the funding that we receive is not only from the provincial treasury, but from the department, and also we look into a model that allows us to generate income. When we looked into our operational analysis, we did a very in-depth analysis with the KZN department, KZN Film Commission. And from the various analyses that we have done, we have found that they as well are busy transitioning and incorporating into their tourism department. So we'll be moving as a very first step in what we call the Gauteng Film Commission bill. Now this bill will govern how filmmakers get funding, the governance and the strategy of the Film Commission, which will talk, among others, about the funding models, funding mechanism, governance issues, the board composition, and how the entity is managed. Now, I am saying this to you because in the next couple of weeks, we will be engaging industry to say, give us your inputs on the provincial bill, because it is through this bill that you will get supported. So we'll be engaging, all industry will be on a tour, and we request input from yourself so that when we take the bill to legislature, it is not just a GFC bill, but it becomes an industry bill. Now, after the bill is passed, the GFC will now move from what we call the NPC to a state-owned entity. So with that, I felt, let us give you as context. But we also felt that this meeting, among others, needed to set a context, because we know that as the South African industry, we do not have a common name for our industry. And we felt it was important, now that you know where we are, as an industry, to have a collective discussion on the brand repositioning of the SA industry. Why are we leading this discussion as the Gauteng Film Commission? We are leading it because Gauteng is the gateway to Africa. We are leading it because 55% of production companies are found in Gauteng. We are leading it because international markets come to Gauteng for their post-productions. We are leading it because international markets come to Gauteng. We are also leading it because we want to partner with private sector who wants to build film studios. We know the challenges that emerging filmmakers have with the studio, without studios or resources. So as we have in this discussion, I would want it to be an engaged program, engaged discussion, so that we are able to move with a unified positioning on the branding of film going forward. With the input that we'll be taking out here, we will be making a proposal to the Premier's office, and I must indicate in absentia, the province and the Premier support this program wholeheartedly. The Premier is very passionate about this industry. And colleagues would know that the Premier is also, with the MEC of Sports, Arts and Culture, will be hosting a creative industry, looking into the industry as a whole. So this indaba is still coming, because we need to move the sector from just talk shop to have clear implementable programs that we can measure on an annual basis and on a 5-year basis. So this is the start of the conversation. With that said, let me just hand over to Ntates Chaba, our branding specialist, who's going to take us through the journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, CEO. Dumelang, Legai, Rete. So when Claire introduced us, said they are industry experts, heavyweight, and she was referring to me. So you know you are a heavyweight when people introduce you as such. But there's another way that you will personally know you are a heavyweight, is when your peers refer to you as such. And then lastly is you yourself brand yourself as a heavyweight. So if you can Google me and Google Sechaba Motsielwa, then you'll find, for example, that I own my own handles. So if you say Sechaba, www.motsielwa.com or .co.za, you'll find that I own that asset. I own that asset so that I can leverage of it, to be able to be branded, to be able to be identifiable. One of the things that make this sector important is its contribution, because it comes from the creative space. Creative people are a special breed amongst us. You are the people that are able not just to connect the dots, but to also collect the dots, create something out of nothing. You play a very special place in that role that you play in societies that you create for us. When you start talking, CEO, about repositioning and rebranding, you are moving into a territory that is very delicate, because JFC is well known and a very well established brand. So the move forward will have to treat it very carefully to make sure that we don't lose the equity that it already has, but at the same time be able to embrace the new that is emerging, that all of you will embrace. Like she said, if Gauteng is leading, you take a leadership position with an appreciation that that which you're going to birth from a branding perspective, it's all inclusive within the context of South Africa, within the broader context of Africa, and relevant globally and identifiable. So when we have this discussion, don't think at a local level to say, I have seen a sponsor shop, therefore I have a slightly different brand. Think global. And I wouldn't even want CEO to start suggesting names today, because there are naughty people that you suggest a name here, they go and register it and claim it, and then it becomes costly to try and get that name back. So I apologize up front, because I know how these things work, because we want to trademark them. I've talked about branding in broad strokes. There are a lot of brands that we know that if I was to ask you, one of those brands, for example, is the Gauteng. First, in the name itself, you can hear it's a train. It's possibly in Gauteng. But then what makes Gauteng special possibly is you go deeper into the experience that you have compared to the others. So branding goes beyond just the name. Branding goes beyond just the colors. It's also part of the experience that you as an individual have mental notes of. It makes it identifiable as a place to know whenever the name comes through. You cannot demand funding from government. It's not your right. You cannot demand anything. You can attract funding from government. You attract funding because that which you produce requires funding, because it's meaningful to a target audience, it's meaningful to somebody. That's why I said, as creative people, we must always remember we are at the front of society. We create, and then people reap the benefits behind. Take somebody who has a script. They write a script, suddenly they can employ actors, production people, as well as media people, and suddenly that which they have created is here. Not because they are looking for a job, but because they know that their God-given genius allows them to create and attract the funding. So I beg you, as creative people, to change your mindset from demanding to attracting, because you are attractive through the product that you're gonna have. So when you brand something, you just also make it easily recognizable, so that when somebody says, where do I get the best production people in the country, they need to know that destination quite clearly. Also, when you are good and consistently good at what you do, you are trustworthy and dependable. That's why it's going to be quite important, so that that which we do with the branding and the position that we have is consistent. It also gives you permission to charge a little bit more, because you know this is going to deliver and I trust what I have. It also makes it easy to market it. So if on social media handles that I have, at one I'm Sichawa Motsiela, at another one I'm Serge, at another one I'm Tate, at another one Booty. If somebody is looking for me, they don't know where to look for me. So the consistency allows it to be marketable, allows us to see the value of that brand grow over time. I think I've already highlighted that the visual identity is going to be key, that which images will need to have. Also the messaging that we have, I've already given you one messaging that's very simple to say, as creative people in our languaging, possibly be more attractive. Possibly be more attractive. Leave the other messaging to the politicians that allows to challenge your energy differently. But from creative people, remember, you are not wanting to attract funding just from South Africa. You want to attract funding from government, private sector, global investors, and they should feel that your passion is with your craft. Your passion is with your sector. Your passion is creating something of value in the creative space, not because you want to make money. Money will follow, trust me. When you have put out something meaningful, money will follow, because the customer experience ultimately is the ultimate judge of what it is that you have. I said I won't talk about the names, but I'm sure as you think about the other sectors, other industries, they have names that are a little bit more attractive as you put them through. Also remember, when we're in a platform like this where we want all the creative juices to come through, you may have the best name, and the name that we may end up with, or the logo and the look, might not be the one that you thought was the best. Bear with us that sometimes we have to go with a decision. Somebody has to make a decision, and don't feel offended to say, I don't identify with that one because it's not what I thought it should be. At some point we need that alignment. Just to give you a couple of tips, as you consider this new positioning, as you consider the new branding, you may perhaps do what Brand SA did yesterday, where they got about 30, 40, 50 of our CMOs in the room and asked us a couple of questions. One of those will be something like, that which we create here as a film industry or the creative people, what makes it unique? Is it how we make sure that the storytelling is authentic? It's all-inclusive? Is it about the different cultural influences that, as South Africa, as a people from the South, we have had to the rest of the world? Just look at the impact that we have on the music scene, the impact that our artists have globally, as well as in the movies that we have that are loved across the board. You'll want the name association also to have an emotion attached to it. Maybe endearing, something that somebody will identify with no matter where they are in the world. If I say to you, you are going to Cape Town to have a good time, chances are you'll make an assumption that you're going to see Table Mountain, because it's a landmark that is identifiable. If I say you want to go for a safari, you'll probably be thinking Kruger National Park, because over time you know exactly what it delivers, and that's the consistency that we'll be looking for. You also want to have a name, something that I said is more global, international, but of course the roots will be strong from where it's conceived, which is here at home. So I'll encourage you to tap into that which is ownable. Don't go Google and watch YouTube and say, let me get something American, it will suddenly be attractive. Culturally, we have shown that we influence culture and subcultures across the world. So be proud of where your inspiration will come from when you come up with the positioning as well as the messaging that goes through with it. You also want to remember that we are now talking about an industry, not where you operate from. So I'll encourage you to just make sure that that comes through. So what's in the name? I don't know if I've got roving mics, but if I don't, I'll maybe help out by talking from here in the interest of time. So if I say Mandela, you're probably thinking leader, trust, a global icon. If I say Pele, for my generation, you'll possibly be talking soccer. I wouldn't want to use the local soccer teams because I'll start a controversy. But some of them are very big brands, which they actually need to start performing again in the field. But the name is very important because it is recognizable and it makes it easy for other people to remember. You also want a name that will well travel across cultures all over the world. You don't want to have a name that in another culture is offensive. So these are some of the things that have to be checked after the name and what we put together, so that we can truly become global as a sector and not offensive in other markets. We also want to make sure that it has meaning. Let's use a simple one. Gauteng Film Commission. Very clear. You don't have to ask yourself, what does it mean? But of course, there are other names based on association that over time, like Google, take a meaning. But it takes a lot of money and a lot of marketing effort to have a brand new name, put money behind it, until you get to a point where you can say it is recognizable. I think, CEO, when I look at the job at hand, from an industry perspective, a job at hand around the responsibility that this audience needs to have is to make sure that at the end of the day, what we create, it's also for the next generations and the generations to come. Young people get attracted into this industry. Young people in numbers need to benefit from this industry. They are the value creators in this industry. That's why it's so important that we are all aligned and you don't just think for yourself, you think beyond yourself, beyond just your sector, but the associated sectors. As I said, you create, then there's media and all these different channels that you need to have. But more importantly, young people should be at the forefront. Young people should be the beneficiaries for the generations to come. I normally say young people are at the beginning of their runway. As old topis, we are closer to our graves. That's why I always emphasize that we get young people right at the forefront, remembering yours is to be attractive. Yours is to create a brand. Yours to create a repositioning that will be attractive to attract funding and moving more away from demanding. The funny thing about things, Majida will know, when we are young and you are attracted to somebody, chances are they were already attracted to somebody else. Yours is to say, there must be something interesting that they found in that particular person. So once you start attracting funding, more funding will come your way, and that's how you grow and you become a big player in the industry. Perhaps if I can ask you a question, CEO, putting you on the spot. So for you, if I was to say the branding and the rebranding has been successful, what could that look like for you?
Well, for me, it would be a common, unified name that the industry has adopted and it owns and takes it with internationally.
and proudly stand by it.
A name that easily recognizable, a name that is inclusive, a name that is exportable, a name that could be accepted globally. All these are positive things that we'll also want to have. I'll maybe challenge myself and ask one person who is a branding expert out there from their side, if something was to be successful for you from a branding, what could that be? I can't see that far. I've already declared my age. I just want somebody to say, what could that be? I'll come to you. I'll go to them. There's one person here in front. Okay.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Makambi from Sollywood, South Africa. First of all is that 5 years back, if I can just relate to you, there were some presidential imbeciles throughout the country. One of the things we asked is to say, how can the creative industry, especially the film, can be identified in South Africa? Since we have got Hollywood, Nollywood, Bollywood, and what can we call it in South Africa? And then in the imbeciles, then there was a decision which was taken to say, in South Africa, we need to have Sollywood. By that time, I used to be working for the presidents. So I resigned from Sollywood with some of the young people, and we started Sollywood South Africa. And then the SO for Sollywood stands for South Africa. Immediately after that, we look in terms of how can Sollywood impact the country. And then we went to different universities. With the sitters, we started something which was called Work Integrated Programs. And the Work Integrated Program was to say, no child in the university should study and not get practical. That is exactly what we have been doing for the past 5 years. Not only that, then after that, we created some books about our country. As we're talking to you, we have got 78 books, which is talking about our country, to say how the Rugby World Cup has united the people of South Africa. The books about products made in South Africa. The books about what can you get in KZN, in Gauteng, in Eastern Cape, you name it. So when you go to KZN, now you can be able to do that. And then after that, we did 7 film festivals. And then the 7 film festivals, each and every province in our country has got a film festival. Here in Gauteng, we have got 3, we're fortunate. We have got Val Film Festival, we have got Moretile in Pretoria Film Festival, which is part of Moretile Festival. And in Soweto, we have got Soweto Festival. And then in other provinces, we have got Nongoma Film Festival, we have got Northern Cape Film Festivals, and so forth. And then lastly, then we look to say, soccer has got an industry, which is called SAFA, and then PSL. And then netball has got, what can we do here? One of the things we're busy launching now is Arts and Film League. Because we have realized if we don't play arts and film every week, we will not be able to create some jobs. And we also created an OTT which is called Arts and Film TV. In closing, we are bringing Waka TV here in the country so that we can be able to create jobs. Aluta!
Thank you very much. This is the passion that I like when you are in the creative spaces, and also reminding you to say, don't just forget what we have already done in the past. Bring that forward so that it's part of what we need to do. I think when the CEO was speaking earlier, positioning what we are doing today is to say, when is the best time to plant a tree? Possibly 20 years ago. When is the next best time? It is now. So the input from 5 years ago and everything else that has been done, what you're saying today is the industry is now moving forward with a new repositioning that is going to be stronger to make sure that all the fragmentation and the different elements are all put under one to be able to do all those things that we discussed earlier. So we'll be making sure that the input and the stuff that's already been done becomes part of how do we plant the new tree going forward on one consolidated platform. It is important also for the people that usually from associations aggregate a lot of what is happening on the ground, sometimes to be here on stage so that we can also know and understand that there are people who are trying to pull us all together.
All right. At this particular juncture, I'm going to call our wonderful associations, our industry partners, that are very important in us moving to the next section. And I'm going to start off by calling SIFSA. Dr. Tobel, come through. I saw Sakai was here just now. If you can please come through. The representative from the industry. Sakai was here just now. If you can come to the fore. I'm also going to call the representative from IPO. If you can come to the fore. A representative from SASFED, please come to the fore. And a representative from the DFA, please come to the fore. Okay? As they are coming through. Okay? It's SASFED, IPO, and DFA. Please come to the fore. Thank you so much. Let me just check. Possibly they did not register. Let me just check 2 more associations. Okay. Okay. IBFC, if you are here, please come to the fore. Animation SA, if you are here, please do come to the fore. WGSA, please come to the fore. I don't want to close the door on anyone. That is Chaba. Those are the association that is taking us through this wonderful pledge for the industry. Thank you.
I think it was important for me to just say, on the ground, we have people that are making sure that we don't just connect the dots and we collect the dots. Because for us to move forward, we just want alignment, an agreement that we are going in that direction. So as I talk about things that can align us, I wanted them to be in front, and I'll give an opportunity just maybe to say what their views will be. And I'm hoping somewhere in the audience at the back, the secretariat is somewhere there, because in aligning people, it's a process. Sometimes it takes a bit of time. Sometimes it takes a short time, but secretariats play quite an important role. What is the one thing that can pull us together to be sure that we are aligned? I have a suggestion. Just one thing from your perspective that can make sure that then we can all come together. Anybody? It doesn't have to be technical. The one thing that can make sure that we are aligned.
I'm assuming, let me start by introducing myself for the purposes of the panel. My name is Kandi Makubane, Kanyisile Makubane. I am a documentary filmmaker. I am a political analyst. I'm a journalist by training. And I'm here today representing the Documentary Filmmakers Association, and I am the co-chairperson of the Documentary Filmmakers Association. We are a thriving and vibrant industry organization that is representing documentary filmmakers. How many people shoot documentaries in here? Right, so you should be a member of the Documentary Filmmakers Association. Please come and see me. In terms of our brand values that unite us, I think the first thing that I can do is talk about what I represent as the DFA, and the one name is authenticity. That's what I think we bring, because we are in non-fiction, so we represent society as it is. The ugliness of society, the prettiness of society. When we shoot documentaries, we're showing society, we're telling people's stories. There's no second take, there's no script. We are actually the realists of the industry. So if there's no authenticity, within our brand, then we will be actually shooting ourselves in the foot. Thank you.
We need an authentic brand that's not fake, that aligns us going forward. From your perspective? Same question. What would align?
Yeah, thank you very much, CEO. My name is Romeo Ramwad. I'm the president of the South African Arts and Culture Youth Forum. I think we really support the initiative of the GFC because for the longest time we've never had a summit that brings practitioners in the film and television industry together. So we really appreciate, and we hope it's not a one hit wonders. This will continue. Yeah, I think for us as Sakaif, we are more focused obviously on development, and I think we believe that as an industry, more particularly if you look at Gauteng, the thing that also brings us together more, it's more like you are in a province, obviously, that is culturally very, very diverse. And the way that we can be able to make sure that the industry is able to have direction is if we can be able to develop a documentation, something like a charter that can be able to then say, help us to guide and shape us as the film industry. Because if you look, for example, we always bring a lot of people from different townships in Gauteng, but a lot of activities are not happening in Gauteng. So, for example, we want to see a lot of training, skills development, and also we know that for a black filmmaker, it's very difficult to access issues of like finance, because most of the finance, like from your IDCs and your other big institutions, they've got a lot of they deny black people to access such kind of finance. So I just hope this summit is going to open many doors for all the filmmakers, and it's going to bring us together. I think from this summit we should be able to come up with a proper way forward in terms of what the Gauteng film sector must look like. Because if you look at in South Africa, there's only 3 provinces that is mostly involved in the film and television production. It's Gauteng, it's KZN, and it's also the Western Cape. But obviously Gauteng is the hub. It must be able to have its own uniqueness in terms of attracting the investment and the production from outside the country. Thank you very much.
Puff and pass. For development to happen, it needs to attract funding, and funding gets to be accredited ahead. Say something like a charter could go a long way. Giving you less than a minute, he's taking all your time.
Thank you. I'll cut to the chase. I think as Gauteng, for us to have one thing that will make us align, it's a shared vision. If we can have one vision that all of us can live in, we can be authentic at the same time. Thank you.
One vision allows us to be authentic and to be aligned.
Thank you for the question. I am Ayanda Sibisi, and I'm here representing the Independent Producers Organization. It's a privilege to be here with my fellow colleagues as well, representing a couple of organizations. And I think one thing that I would say is, and I'll speak from a filmmaker's perspective, and I'll also speak because I'm looking at young individuals in the room who are seated here listening to us. So one of the structures which I would propose is the sector to have a value chain. I think we don't have a fixed value chain, and this is why you have young filmmakers sitting here today who create this amazing work, but they don't know where to take their films to. We've got the GFC, and I mean, we've been in communication with the GFC for a couple of years, and it's been great, you know, trying to see how can we mend MOUs together. We've even been in discussion about training programs. So I do know that my fellow colleague mentioned training programs, and I do have to say that it is conversations that the GFC is having with organizations, and I do hope that even after the summit, it is something that we can fulfill, skills development, and generally, even if you look into the GDP or the filmmaking industry, this is a sector that employs a lot of youth, whether you're skilled, whether you're a graduate, whether you're developing skills, and we do actually contribute a lot to the economy. So I hope that government can actually see the sector, create a value chain with us, and I do know that one of the talks is also how do we bring in the private sector. As much as we can say that we are looking at the GFC for grants, but we need to look at other viable sort of structures for this industry.
Thank you very much. She said we need to be attractive in the entire value chain, and also make sure that then we don't just look to government but to private sector to be able to go through. CEO, some of the things that align people behind a common vision to allow for development to happen, to allow for the creative expression and so on, people have to pledge to go in one direction. We've got to pledge that we are going in one direction and suspend being selfish to say, if I can be the one that extract as much value for my organization, my association, from this industry, then I'll be on top of the chain. It can't work that way. We all have to create value together, make the cake bigger, but we need to move towards a pledge that, for example, will be acknowledging that the industry is maturing, the industry in certain other places is mature, because it contributes quite a lot in the economy. Not just as I said, in the films, a lot of the creative people do a lot of work in business. Making sure that the entire value chain, as I said, is recognized, and that we acknowledge that everybody in the value chain plays a very important role. Making sure that the policies don't contradict what we are trying to achieve. That in the policy interventions that are put in place are able to move the industry forward. And then emphasizing that at the end of the day, we want to make sure that it's a safe place, Gauteng specifically, for film people to come through. I mean, I remember going on the negative side, saw an interview some years back, live interview, and the Tsotis came and robbed the interviewer right there and then. That's not the type of stuff that we want. You want to make sure that it's a safe place, which then goes beyond just the creative people, but working together to make sure that we understand that if Gauteng is a safe place, we'll be able to create something through. It is, after all, about unlocking the full potential of innovation and creativity to come through. So those will be some of those things, CEO, that I think will become quite important for the Secretariat to include in something like a pledge, something like a charter, obviously, because, of course, here, at least at a minimum, not legally binding, have people sign a pledge to say we want to move in the same direction and allow the process to move forward. Any comments, CEO?
Thank you so much. With the pledge that we'll be signing with the industry, we're just talking a number of things. And for us, a pledge is just the beginning. Now, let me just say upfront that this pledge is between government and industry. Our MEC of Sports, Arts and Culture, Memorakani Musupye, will be joining us. She had to start at the Digan Tombela funeral. And she's also asked me to lead this pledge on her behalf, on behalf of government, so that when she does come, she will take us also through in her discussion. Now, what this pledge is saying, among others, it's saying, as a film industry, we recognize that, one, filming is a significant contributor to the South African economy. It says it is one of the biggest youth employers. It is crucial. It is a critical sector in the national building and the moral regeneration protects. It's one of the leading subsectors in the fourth industrial revolution. It is with these critical factors that we, as an industry, want to, among others, declare the month of October as the South African Film Month. We further want to, right, you know the phone will disappoint you. It's changed the view now. Declare the film industry as a critical sector that will drive the move out from being a subsector to being a sector. 3, it says we include the entire value chain of filming. We endorse the building of the Gauteng Film City. 5, we preserve the representation of Film Commission in ICASA, DOC, ITU, and other policy shaping platforms. So we want to be part of policy. We don't want to be ignored. The last one, we also talking to budget prioritization of the film industry. It says, we hereby plead to our government, private sector, and community at large to support and endorse this pledge and its implementation and its enforcement. So when we sign this as government, representing the MEC here, and industry, we take in this pledge, we're going to give it to the Premier, we're going to give it to the MEC, and we're going to use it as our Bible as the GFC as we continue advocating. The next step for us will be signing an MOU with the associations. To say, how do we start on an annual basis and together as a collective? That is why we will be signing this pledge as the industry and government.
That's fantastic, CEO. I like to summarize. Said that door that was closed, it was not locked. That door that we thought was closed to funding and other things was not locked. Now we have the handle, which is the pledge to open it, so that then we can occupy the room, occupy the space to be able to do what we need to do together with the associations for the industry benefit. Now that we say maybe a pledge is a good direction to go, maybe I'll start here and go that way, just to say, do you believe that will be moving us in the right, or do you want something stronger than just a pledge to be able to get there faster and open that door?
Thank you so much, and I would like to say thank you to the GFC CEO, specifically highlighting the key issues, which is funding, and I do understand, and I think the organizations also understand, in terms of GFC as a sector, as well as a critical player in the industry, highlighting, for example, policy issues, bringing ICASA, pleading to the government to say that it is a crucial sector, so funding is a crucial thing. And I do understand as well with the GFC budget to say, if we are saying that this is what we want to create and develop, I would like to see the pledge actually happening, and I do hope, and I stand here as an organization, and I hope the rest of the organizations as well can actually open up a door as well to young filmmakers, producers, everyone in the creative sector. And I'll speak specifically for my organization to say that within the MOU, we would like to uplift specifically black female line producers, which is one of the programs which we'd like to create. It is a huge gap in the industry, so we do hope that within the MOUs as well, it would be anything sort of training skills to develop and uplift specifically the marginalized group.
Thank you very much. You did see I didn't give any time limits.
No, thank you very much. Firstly, Honorable CEO, thanks for making sure that we are part of this, especially as the Federation in Gauteng. We definitely are going to be signatories in the pledge. Definitely are going to be signatories in the MOU. But ours is very clear. We need to make sure that people with disability are being taken care of in the sector. We need to make sure that young people are actively involved in the sector. The pledge must speak to women empowerment. The MOU must address this elephant in the room of funding. Funding not only coming from government, but I always remain with the stand of the private sector. There is no way that we are going to continue with the status quo like this, where the private sector is getting away with murder. The MOU and the pledge must address the private sector issues. We shoot these films to private sector companies, your multi-choices of this world. Those companies, we want them to play part, CEO. We don't just want to talk to them. Showmax is making a killer out of our work, but are we making a killer out of them? This MOU must speak to that. We need not just to sign things for signing, but we must sign for development of the creatives. We must sign to make sure that our word stands firm and our action follows that particular word. And as Sivsa Gauteng, we want to make it very clear, and we are not apologetic about it. Nothing for us without us. That is where we stand. Nothing for us without us. Hence, we are signing this pledge to say we are part of the process. If this pledge fails, CEO, it's not only you that will fail. All of us sitting here will be failing these creatives. And I cannot, as the chairperson of this province, agree to that to happen over my dead body. Thank you.
By yourself, you're on your own.
We actually honestly speaking, we as Archive, we're also not just going to rubber stamp things and sign the pledge for the sake of signing it. So we're encouraged to see diverse people here from different background communities who also want to see their life change. Because for the longest time, sometimes we attend these government meetings to eat lunch and breakfast, but when we go back home, we're still going to face the reality on the ground. So we are going to support this pledge because we support the initiative, because we feel that is progressive, and we all know that Gauteng is the hub of everything. So even the MOU that we are going to sign, we are going to sign to support the initiative. In fact, we are tired of seeing Gauteng filmmakers and artists getting funded 150,000 rand, which is change. So we hope this pledge is going to start to speak about serious money. We love money, CEO. We love money. We must not run away from money. So here in Gauteng, CEO, we have a problem of institutions that want to work in silos, as the chairperson of Gauteng CIFSA was saying. Your multi-choices, your Netflix, your Showmax. These in particular, they close out black women, young people. They are not able to.
As you can see, this room is full of unemployed young people. This is why they're able to be here. Next year, when we invite the same group this room must be empty because everyone is working. No one is available. CEO, we must see how many people are employed. Our films. Thank you.